Give me a few seconds. Everybody, things should start to go live. There we are. I just need to post the Discord link and then we're all good. This okay, welcome. Things should be starting up. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there is a dog somewhere in the apartment above me that has been crying this whole afternoon. It's driving me insane, so I hope that it won't drive you insane as well today. It may be picked up on the microphone. I don't know if it will be. I do need to set up the thing that it makes my microphone turn off whenever I play something, so that it doesn't bleed into the microphone. But today we're going to be working on a mix. I just worked on this mix already, so this is basically like a finished initial mix, right? So all of the elements have been added. I just need to make them sound good. Hello Malogify and Klaus, welcome to the stream. So yeah, I'm just going to try to finish this mix today. Maybe we'll have some time to do another one as well. I talk with my neighbors if he's doing okay. Yeah, it's a common thing. I think it's a very young dog and he is being playful. It sounds like crying, but it's I don't really know if it is. It's happened before, and I've heard them talk about it before. So it's not like they're not like taking care of it or something like that. It's common. There's no issues there. At least from the way that they talked about it before, there it doesn't seem to be. Also, I don't want to spend too much time worrying about other people's business. I know that sounds strange, but yeah, it's I guess if they tell me that things are fine and that I don't have to worry about it, then I'll believe them. There's no reason for me to doubt what they're saying. Hello MindB, welcome to the stream. What I want to start off with is the kick and bass. I just want to do some enhancements and all of that stuff, make it sound nice and, you know, fat and all of the good stuff. I have a size scope here. All of my plugins are going to open on a different window. One of the things that I want to do is I want to beef up this part a little bit, and I guess we can use a little bit of compression for that. Essentially, we'll be compressing this part down, I guess, and then boosting this up here. Let's start here. We have a little bit of saturation on there, but some dynamics can help. We'll basically glue everything in there. You can see how much of a mess this is. I want to set low attack. I do want a little bit of attack because I want the transient to go through. And then I want to set this to 1/16 in length. Right? There's already some equalizing on here. Maybe I want a little bit more. One of the things we need to take care of is at a photo, this should be at the end. Yeah, there's some issues there. You can see this is going to bleed into your transient. We don't want that. This seems to give us a lot of issues. I think that saturator that I just took off has a filter in it, which is not what I want. One of the things that I want to check is that second bass note. It still looks a little bit strange here. A little bit messed up, I guess. I guess this note is just lower in volume. I don't know if I want that. Maybe I can fix that a little bit. It overall feels like it doesn't really have the strength that I want it to have, right? The kind of mid-range, the grittiness that I want. Maybe it's a good idea to do some parallel processing here. Maybe a like saturated version. Let's see if we can set something like that up. No, wait. I want to do this with... This is something I recently learned. There is a auto equalizer LP, which... Isn't it this one? No. There's a version of the equalizer. Yeah, it's the dynamic one. Is this the one that still allows me to do linear phase? I don't know if it does, because this has steeper filters, right? So this is an actual like steeper filter, which is what I want. If I open this up, does it tell me if I can do linear phase? It doesn't seem like it. Maybe this isn't the plugin for that. Which other plugin could have it? Well, the only one is really this or the auto equalizer, which neither of these have it. There is the linear phase one from Tracks. Right? Linear phase EQ. Does this come with... Yeah, what does this have in terms of... That looks like a very shallow filter to me. Ah, turning on the linear phase makes it more. If I set this to 100 at minus 20, it's going to be... Can I see which frequency that will be? If I set this to minus to here, this would be a frequency of 40. At minus 20, it's like 50. So that's actually quite a steep filter, even though it doesn't look like it. So what we do now is we send it there. And really, I just need this for the mid-range. Yes, kind of here-ish. That kind of area, so I don't want the higher frequencies either. Now we can listen here without it. Yeah, so this is kind of the oomph area that I want. We can saturate this. Before it, making sure that it doesn't have, and now, yeah, like this. Let's make a track for these two combined. Okay. And now this allows us to do the processing. This allows me to set like volume. And of course this needs to be lowered. So this has a volume of minus 1.5. Let's transfer that to here. And then we can lower this maybe minus 4 dB. And we can equalize them together because there is a little bit of a strange mid. I guess this is still too high, minus 7 maybe. Yeah, I like that. What is this peak? Ah, so this is still peaking too high, I guess. Yeah, you can see the bass is just too loud now. So we can lower its overall volume to minus 4 maybe ish. That's nice. Do I need to change this? What I can do is LFO tool this. Overall makes it look a little bit cleaner. One of the things we need to do is get some more strength out of the kick, and we can do that with some dynamics. Yeah, essentially we want to shape off the transient here, I guess. Just kind of a controlling transient shaper. A little bit of clipping maybe. Wrong thing. It's a little bit annoying having the window in here. I do it for the stream so that you guys can actually see the effects that I'm putting on there and see everything. I used to have it where it would switch back and forth, but then I can see the chat. So now I can actually see the chat. It just means that all of this is like very small in terms of the interface that it has. Because normally it's like a bigger window, right? Can I not? Ah, here. Yeah, normally this would be like full screen, so you can see that I have a lot more space for everything. But now, if I lower it, if I raise it too much, then obviously you don't have any size here. But this should be good. At least I have nice space for the faders as well. A little bit of oversampling here. And then we'll correct for this. Okay, I still feel like the baseline is maybe a little bit on the hollow side. Maybe I'm overdoing this dip in here. We can, yeah, because now I'm adding even more to that. Maybe if we do it like this, right? Oh, and one of the things that I need to do is, oh no, I did that. I think I want this now here after it instead. That does introduce, is that this? That. Yeah, so this also introduces some post-stringing, which makes sense because it has a filter in there. We can raise that maybe. Getting this to sit right in the mix is very, very time consuming, this plugin right here, because you need to tweak the minimum frequency right, and then the amount of bands in relation to the minimum frequency is very important. It's something that I didn't really tackle in any of the videos that I did on this thing, but it actually takes quite some time to actually get this to sit well. I think overall it sounds very nice. What I need to listen to now is the context, obviously. Hello Sonic Flux, welcome. Did I get myself a drink? I didn't. That's an issue. Give me 2 seconds, I'll get myself a drink and then I'll be back. Because otherwise you cannot concentrate. We also need some tea. I'll offer you guys some iced tea. It's become warm this week. Last week, for the whole week, it rained here in Italy. You may have seen it on the news. There was actually some floods and really bad stuff happening. Here, the iced tea for you guys. I'll just put it to the side and you can grab it whenever you want, okay? But yeah, last week there was a lot of floods and a lot of rain. It basically rained for a week straight. But this week it's nice and the temperature has come up. So I no longer have to drink tea or like the normal tea. I can drink some cool drinks instead. Which is always nice when that happens because it means that the weather is nice and warm. Either way, one of the things that I need to fix with this mix is the balance here with the vocals. As I've mentioned many times in feedback streams, I don't like vocals that don't stand out in the mix. But yeah, I need to fix it in my own. So what I want to do, instead of what you would normally do and start tweaking the vocals, is I'm just going to group all of these atmospheres, because I think those are the problem. And then I'll carve out the frequency region which I need for the vocals. This last one, I guess this one here. Let's find it. There's this one atmosphere right before here. Ah, it might be this one. Yeah. Earth temperature increased by 1.5 degrees Celsius everywhere. Over the last week, I highly doubt that. I know it's been increasing, like if you're talking about like over the last 50 years, then yeah, I agree, but over the last week, that didn't happen. Frequency ranges, maybe decade. I think it's a little bit more. I think they started measurement of that in the 70s, 80s, because that's what they talk about with like the climate agreement in terms of Paris, right? Is we don't want to go above there, and the latest predictions have us going above it in roughly 6 years. So, if the experts are right, and I have no reason to doubt them, then apparently we're fucked. But we have been fucked for a while now, so who knows, right? In terms of frequency balance and stuff like that, what you're asking, one of the ways that I've been thinking about it is not so much in terms of, oh, this element is this element, so it needs to be there. It depends always on the context of what's around it, right? So here, in this particular case, we have vocals. And what you saw me do was making space for the vocals in this particular frequency range, which is where the vocals are understandable, which is this higher frequency range. I've talked about this before in the sense that even if you whisper, what you'll see is that in terms of frequency, most of it is going to be here. There isn't going to be like a tonal part to it. All of the important parts of a vocals that make a vocal understandable is going to live in the higher frequencies. The tonality of a vocal is coming from the lower part, which in this case is just vocoded sound, really, so that doesn't really hold any like significant information in terms of speech. But the main understanding of a vocal happens in this higher frequency range. I always say 1K and above, so that's where I'm making the space in them. And for this case, I mean, I could EQ it, which is what I was planning on doing, but I can maybe just even turn the volume down. I mean, it's present in other areas. Somebody's dying again. Wouldn't be a projector stream without an ambulance, right? So this last phrase is what's bothering me. Dynamic EQ. Now this sounds terrible, but I'm going to go here, dry wet on this one, and then we'll just apply that to the last part here. What I wanted, yeah, maybe the limiter is not the right thing here. Hello Dash, welcome. Nice to see you've been doing some high tech recently. Maybe I'll just go for some normal dynamics on this, because I do want this to be glued together, but the limiter is just not doing what I want it to do, I guess. We can do some very light glue work. Actually, let's not go with this very analog, or very digital, sorry, kind of compressor. Let's go with... I want to start using these plugins more from the suite. Right, because they are very, very good plugins. It's just that I don't like the company. So this is an 1176 volt. An 1176 is very good on vocals because it has the all mode, which is very aggressive type of compression. You have to set input and outputs. Let's lower the output significantly. Still towards the end, it's hard to hear. That's a problem. Sophist, welcome. Sarah Byrne, very nice. Welcome. Any other names? Yes, familiar faces indeed. A lot of familiar people in chat today. It's hard because up until here, the vocal is like very normal and you can kind of guess what is being said. And then here he goes into talking about a script, which doesn't really come up in the vocal before. So one of the issues with that is, right, the unfamiliarity with the vocal. One, it's harder to understand here just because of the way that the track is arranged, and that's an issue on my part. But the other thing is that just this vocal here is in essence just harder to understand because he's talking about something that's hard to understand. Just lurking. Well, nice. Hope that I can make your day better with my content. Overall, I think this last bit is like muddy a little bit. Maybe I'm just not turning it up enough in volume. Maybe it can get a little bit of extra volume in here and then it should be okay. This is a bit of a problem. Maybe this worked on the ARP before, but overall some extra space is needed here. Here we have a very strong click in the high frequencies. I don't think I want that. this, right? Maybe that's something that I can fix with the dynamics actually better. This is where a digital compressor comes in. Now everything is all about enhancement, so reverbs is a lot of things that I still need to add, right? Something like that is a lot better on these atmospheres. They just kind of deserve to be drowned in reverb, right? Because that just glues them out and softens them. That's that one. There should be like a lower one. There we are. I think I found my two favorite teachers. Nice, nice. By the way, for those who haven't seen it, this Sunday I will be making an appearance on the stream by a guy called Owen Palmer. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I did make a community post about it. A few days ago, I called him out for a a short that he published. And Owen Palmer it's not like drama or anything. This dude is a respectable guy. I respect him and I like what he does because he used to write for a magazine called Computer Music. Right now I cannot show you the mountain of magazines that I have from this guy. Partly because part of them are holding up one of my monitors, like one of my screens, and the other part I have somewhere in a closet stashed far away. But he recently started making content again, and he made a claim that I found a little bit strange, and I challenged him on that. So next Sunday, right before the challenge stream that I usually do at 5, I'm gonna be appearing on his stream at 4. So an hour before the challenge stream, I'll be appearing on his stream, and I'll share the link in the Discord and everything so that you guys can actually join in, and we'll have a little discussion on low pass filter or high pass filters and their I'll show the video. Normally I don't like to be like reactionary, but obviously this involves me, so I can actually show the short. It's this one.
We've all been lied to, and I'm going to prove it. Low cuts do not free up headroom. Shh, I don't need to hear your arguments. If you still believe cutting lows saves headroom, you probably still believe in the tooth fairy and stuff. I mean, it's called tough love. I want to get under your skin to motivate you to try to prove me wrong so you can learn. Because it's so easy to test. Okay, here's the challenge. Pick a sound. Any sound. Okay, sawtooth. Reset the channel meter, play the sound, measure the peak level. Now whack a low cut filter on it. Any setting you think will prove me wrong. Try the gentlest 6 dB proactive filter if you want, or the steepest brick wall filter if you prefer, or anything in between. Test the 10 Hz, 20 Hz, 30 Hz cut, whatever frequency you think is sensible. What you'll find is, normally the peak meter will read higher with the low cut activated. I'm not saying it's impossible to save headroom with a low cut. It's just unlikely. Unless it's linear phase, but that comes with its own list of challenges. So why do so many recommend low cuts to save headroom? Well,
So this is the claim. This is the claim. I'm not going to go into details on my argument, but I think that in general it's a little bit of a disingenuous argument, and I commented that as well, right? This is very disingenuous. The phase properties of a saw wave in particular make this the case, as well as a square wave. Something called minimal power. It has to do with the fact that if you arrange a bunch of harmonics with the phases such that they form a saw wave, then they are the lowest possible volume for that. How should you say? They're the lowest possible volume that you can arrange those harmonics given the loudness of the harmonics, if you're only able to change the phase. So if you're going to add a low cut filter or a high pass, whatever you prefer, I prefer high pass, but whatever. If you're going to add one of those filters and you're going to phase shift, then naturally you're always going to increase the volume because you're going to shift away from that minimal power waveform. This is what a saw wave is and a square wave is. Those are it's called minimal power. It's essentially, as I said, it means just the lowest volume for the given harmonics. And if you change the phase for those harmonics, then you're always going to get a higher, like, peak volume. Also, another thing that we should probably not do is measure loudness in terms of peak level, but that's a completely different discussion. So I'll be actually discussing with this guy, and we'll see how it goes. I hope that in like a few hours I can, or in less than an hour, because obviously after that I have my my challenge stream. But hopefully it will be a normal discussion. I don't want this, he calls it a debate. I make the distinction in my personal life between a debate and a discussion. A debate is where you try to score cheap points with the audience that is watching it. I'd much rather have a discussion where I just try to like talk to him as if it's just the two of us, and it's a one-on-one talk, and I just try to change his mind and he tries to change mine. But that's what's going to go down, right? And we'll see how it goes, I guess. I just wanted to inform you that that's happening and that I'll be appearing on his stream and on his channel, and then after that I'm going to come over into the challenge stream. This may mean that the challenge stream doesn't start in time, but we'll see. I will just, at some point, I'll just have to say like, yo dude, I have to leave. I have my own thing going on. I have my own viewers waiting for me. And hopefully, maybe even a few of his viewers then come over to my stream and participate in the challenge. That would be nice. This does have a resonance in here. That one there. Hello? Wait, is it still? Ah, no, that's the old analyzer. I should turn that off when I'm doing this. I missed the context. Yeah, let me find it. Owen Palmer. If you just Google or search his name on YouTube, you should find the guy. Again, I want to make it very, very clear. I have a massive respect for this guy because I've been following his content for a long, long time. This is not something that I'm like trying to hunt him for the opinion that he has. I just think that he's misinformed. And my biggest issue with his claim is that he said any sound, right? Because for saw wave, yeah, he's correct. That will just be true. You cannot argue with that. But I don't think that that's the case for any other wave. You cannot draw the conclusion that just because your saw wave goes up in peak level, that every sound will go up in peak level. And as I said, for the discussion, I have stuff prepared, so I will prove that that's the case. Here I want to do some strong, or not strong, I want to do multiband. One of the things I've been doing with multibands is kind of this preparation for an actual compressor. So we're going to actually compress this later, but what you do with the multiband here, First of all, we don't need like the lower frequencies. Let me zip. We don't need that. This can use a little bit of extra volume to give it some weight. So we're going to go for that. I guess this can be a little bit lower than, like 500-ish. This as well. You see how I'm like slightly gluing it? And because you're doing that for every frequency, what you essentially have is that your next compressor in the chain doesn't need to do so much work. When someone wants to debate, it often means that their points are weak and they win on optics. I'm interested to see this. Sound with a filter, especially until there's obvious difference. Peak and loudness. I think he misunderstood the idea of not needing to low cut fundamental or something, or just apply the two sounds and all frequency cuts. Yeah, I think that's what he meant. So then it would be the problem, because in the short he does say like test it at 10, 20 and 30 hertz, and then in the video that he shows he goes up to like 3K or something. So in that, I called it disingenuous, which implies intent, and I'm not sure if intent is really in here, right? I don't know if this guy is, if he deliberately is trying to tell this to, I don't know, fool the audience or what that, or what he says, or if it's just like he misunderstands what the original argument is and he's trying to build it up in a way that's not quite right. Like he's just misunderstanding what's going on here. Looking at the video clip, one, he says any sound, which I just don't believe. And two, he shows stock footage that does not match what he's actually, or he shows footage that does not match what he is saying. He says 10 hertz and then applies the cut at 500 or 1K or something. There's a difference there. There's a big difference there. I guess this can use a very strong attack here, so we take all of these peaks out there. Here I don't think that I need to do a lot more. Ah, yeah, here's another trick. You can go like this. If you don't have the range on your compressor, because this is multi-band and there's a very little signal in here, you can just up the input, down the output, right? So gain staged, and then you just have much more range. I think that's what this temp gain does, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it doesn't show on the analyzer, but you can definitely see that now it's compressing. I actually am going to report this as a bug, because I would like this temp gain to actually show up on the analyzer as well. I'm going to use this to actually shape the tone a little bit, so I'm not going to make this up again, because I do like its darker, warmer feeling like this. Cloud maybe. I don't think that this guy needs the cloud. From what I know about him, this guy is set in terms of studio work and all of that stuff, because he has been in the audio business for a long time, and I know that because, as I said, he was writing for computer music for this magazine 8 years ago. So this is a guy that has been around, right? It's not like somebody like me who is just getting started on YouTube. Really, if you think about it, my online journey in terms of like doing work in audio engineering has been the last 2.5 years. I've been in music production for 10 years, but the first 8 of those I wasn't publicizing it. I wasn't like trying to take on clients for private lessons. I wasn't doing mixing work for other people. All of that stuff, that's really come in the last year and a half, actually, if I think about it. This guy has been working and networking with other people since before I was starting to produce. So I don't think that he needs that. It's really hard to judge intent, and I find it hard to draw those conclusions before it, and that's why I agreed to do this kind of debate or discussion or whatever you want to call it, so that I can get behind the intent and then draw my conclusions. Yeah, he did write this same article in one of the computer music magazines, and I have that, so I'm going to find that for when we have this discussion, so that I can actually show it in the sense that, hey, here you also use the saw wave. What's going on? Why the saw wave? Why did you say pick any sound? Okay, let's go with the same sound that I picked 7-8 years ago. Didn't you do any experimentation in then? Didn't you try this with any other sound since then? Or did you try this with other sounds and have concluded that this only works with a saw wave? Is there a reason why you use multiple DAWs? Yes. So I like to do mixing sessions in audio, and Ableton doesn't handle audio tracks well. So that's why I use Reaper. This is Reaper, by the way. This is not Cubase. I was going to look up like a coloring compressor. I guess this is one of them. Yeah, this looks like it should give some color. Wait, is there a way that I can quickly tell loudness? Just to test something. Loudness analyzer before, and this is the after. That's what I suspected. This is a trick that I saw in Waves as well. They boost the output by 2-3 dB, so it sounds nicer immediately when you put it on there. There isn't actually any output gain here, and the drive is at -3, but it's still outputting 2 dB higher than before. Strange. It does do a nice bit of gluing, I like that. Alt. Then we do a little bit of reverb. On this one there is already a reverb in the production. That's what I know, so I'm going to go with kind of like a gluing small reverb. Or actually let's go with a large one, but we do use it for gluing. The way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to set up my basic settings here. I don't want any rumble. I don't necessarily want any high frequencies either. So I can lock these. What else? This. And I guess this is also okay. I used to read computer music religiously back in the day. Yeah, it holds a very special place in my memory, because computer music, when I started my music production career, is It was the magazine that my aunt used to buy for me. She got like a subscription on it, and I think I figured out all the plugins he used were bypassed. No way. That cannot be it, right? If that's actually the case, then this is going to be a very easy debate.
We've all been lied to, and I'm going to prove it. Low cuts do not free up headroom. Shh, I don't need to hear your arguments. If you still believe cutting lows saves headroom, you probably still believe in the tooth fairy and stuff. I mean, it's called tough love. I want to get under your skin to motivate you to try to prove me wrong so you can learn, because it's so easy to test. Okay, here's the challenge. Pick a sound. Any sound. Okay, sawtooth. Reset the channel meter, play the sound, measure the peak level. Now whack a low cut filter on it. Any setting you think will prove me wrong. Try the gentlest.
So what frequency is this? This is 1K. Right? I believe in the tooth fairy.
6 dB proactive filter if you want, or the steepest brick wall filter if you prefer, or anything in between. Test the
I mean, the plugin is definitely doing something to the audio example that we hear. I don't know if this is real for such a high frequency with a brick wall. Yeah, maybe brick wall with the strange math that it's needed to actually accomplish an actual brick wall filter.
10 Hz, 20 Hz, 30 Hz cut, whatever frequency you think is sensible. What you'll find is, normally the peak meter will read higher with the low cut activated. I'm not saying it's impossible to save headroom with a low cut, it's just unlikely.
I have that's another, yeah, that's the claim. I don't believe it's unlikely. I think that his example is flawed. Do you guys hear the dog as well? I don't think you guys hear it. It's not showing up on OBS. But there's definitely a dog shouting still. It's been going on for a while now. Maybe I will go, after the stream I will go to the guys and just ask like, hey, what's going on? Is everything alright with the dog? Because it's starting to become suspicious. Yeah, the noise gate, it cuts it out, but if I speak then maybe, yeah, it picks it up. Maybe what's happening is that nobody is home, and that's the reason why he's now barking. And maybe indeed, yeah, he's hungry or he's just missing his family. I'll go up later and check. Yeah, as I said, maybe he's at work. It's not something that happens often. Like, this is not something that happens every day. So it's not like, well, this is a daily occurrence, because I assume people need to go to work every day. This is just like today that I actively notice this dog just being constantly, you know, it sounds like crying. So, this is another one of those sounds that I just never added reverb to. Trying to find one that's maybe, yeah, this should be a bright one. lower. Now it's starting to go higher. This is another one that's going higher. Maybe it's a new puppy. It's not a new puppy. I've heard it a few times before, maybe once or twice before, that they have a dog and that it's been crying like this, but never a whole afternoon. By the way, one of the ways that you can go about or completely make this whole debate irrelevant is if you just gain stage properly. If you believe that you need to low cut something because there's some stuff in there, then low cut it and remove that stuff and then gain stage. Even if you want, you can push it into the clipper at equal amount and just exactly get the same headroom that you want. It's not, I think maybe his argument is that people just slap it on and don't check. Melda obviously makes it very easy or almost hard not to check, right? With the big ass meters here. Right now it's doing it. So this would be another example where the phase shift is such that the resulting summing turns it into a louder peak level. I'm not going to sample his dog. I don't even have a way that I can properly record it. I tried sampling the ambulance once through my microphone. That didn't really go well. I don't really know how to do that. What maybe I'm thinking about it. Maybe his argument is that it's only relevant to people who just don't check, right? Because I checked here specifically, also because we're talking about it, and in this case it does become higher. I just don't believe in the claim that it's unlikely to be the case. Like, did you test all of the waveforms? I don't know. Why does this open up with the 1176? That's not what I want. I guess this. Nice. Just a very light compression. What I want. Yeah, like that. I'll put anytime I need to low cut now, I'll just point a little bit out here to see if it's actually going up or down in peak volume. What's a brick wall hard cut? So, I can explain. I don't think that there's a specific definition, like in terms of dB. There's some mathematical trickery that you can do to... Okay, so, let's quickly go over this. When you have a normal... I have to do it with this one, so I can show it. Replace with this. If you have a normal filter, right? Something like this. You can see that you have this morphing steepness that you can have. What a brick wall would be is basically the red line, which is just where at some frequency it just goes down. You cannot technically do that because of the way that the fast Fourier transform and all of the math behind digital filters work, and even analog filters for that matter. Wait, what if you brick wall hair? Ah. Yeah, his claim is that for any filter and for any frequency, although he suggests 10, 20, 30 hertz. But his claim is that this works always, which is just not true. That fact is just not true, because if I set a filter like this, I'm definitely going to save headroom. Look at the headroom that I'm saving here, right? You're destroying your mix, but that's not the point. The point is that his claim is based on absolutes, which it shouldn't be. I probably shouldn't lay out all of my arguments before the debate starts, but I mean, I guess they're pretty hard to argue with. I believe my arguments are fairly solid, at least that's what I hope. Yeah. The way that he stated it in the short is just not true. What he said in the short is just false. But maybe if you start debating him on the topic and he shows you the nuance that he wanted to bring into the discussion, then it becomes a different story. At that point, yeah, then there's something that needs to be said for... it's generally a good practice that you check out what the plugin is actually doing to the headroom before you just blindly accept that it's saving you headroom. If that is the core essence of his argument, what it comes down to, then yeah, but that's not what he said in the short, right? There's some really strong compression that I'm adding. I don't know why I did this. What is this for, DAW? This is Reaper, yes. Never seen Reaper before? It's a great DAW for mixing because it just handles any amount of audio files that you throw into it without any playback issues, unlike Ableton. Here I'm going for a shorter but brighter one. Nice low size, I guess. Hello Spectrum, also welcome FG. I didn't say welcome to you at all. I should obviously do that. Today I'm doing some mixing. Thanks for the feedback again, even my song idea and made me just more motivated to finish. Nice, nice. That's what we like to hear. I've been thinking about, for next week it's not going to happen because obviously after one I already posted that I was going to do a challenge. And two, I hope that after the discussion a lot of his viewers are going to come over to me and actually participate in the challenge. I missed your beginner's guide stream. I didn't stream it, it's just a video. It's not a stream. What I was going to say is I was thinking about doing or moving challenge streams to another day in the week. So that we have every Sunday to do feedback. Because one of the things that I've noticed is people just like feedback streams more than the challenge streams. For one, there's much less of a commitment. And I'll still be doing challenge streams, but then every week I'll be able to give feedback. Because people really, really like the feedback. Not just those that submit the tracks, but everybody seems to enjoy sitting around listening to other people's music and just chatting about it, right? Like last week we had people who have been active in the chat for the whole stream, like 4 or 5 people. With a challenge that doesn't happen. Once I start doing my challenge, I might get like 20 messages throughout the whole thing. And then once the challenge ends and we start listening to all of the submissions, then people start chatting again. Obviously because a lot of those people are also busy producing. So they don't look at the chat anymore. So I think like entertainment value wise and just overall the amount of interaction and stuff that happens on the stream that people enjoy is higher with the feedback streams. I still want to provide that medium for people who enjoy the challenges as well, because I know that there's a few people who are diehard fans of doing challenges with me, to the point where they will submit samples for it or ideas for it and all of that stuff. So I still want to honor those. But what I'm thinking of doing is, as I said, moving the challenge stream to maybe another day, and then once every 2 weeks, and then just doing every Sunday evening we do feedback live on stream. There's going to be a few things that I'm changing. I'm also going to be changing the Discord server. So I need input on a bunch of different things. I'll maybe one time just make a big community post and Discord post to announce all of that stuff and everything that's happening in the upcoming days. And then all of it will change at once. But I still need to see what I actually want to do with that. It would be cool to have Weaver Beats kind of be the arbiter between the two of us. It's unfortunate that I have so little time that day, right? Because I think what will happen is we'll start the stream, we'll have some technical issues, there will be some this, there will be some that. We'll start at 10 minutes, 15 minutes past 4, and then at half an hour later I have to say, well, dude, I have to stop because I have my own stream going on. It would have been better if it was done on a Saturday, but unfortunately his planning didn't allow it because he was very, very busy this week. But we'll see. Maybe it's something that we'll resume. Maybe this even just spawns something completely new where I just chill with this dude and talk about audio for an hour every Sunday. That would be fun. I would be totally down for that. There's an aggressive compressor. That's strange to tell because I don't want any compression on it from the beginning. Maybe it's just that I'm pushing this way too loud into it. If I go... Oh, it's -16. Then I can just set this to 16 and check. Okay, so apparently that raises the volume a lot for some reason, even though it's doing gain reduction. Now let's up the compression amount. What I want is, I just want to extend this tail. So that would be a long release then also. Yeah, that's what I want. Actually extends to basically where we see the waveform, right? If I zoom out, obviously we see more of it, but you can see it basically extends up until here, which is what I was looking to do. Let's see if that works for the other parts. Serial processor. Two bands, roughly around like 2K, like that. Yeah, at some point I do believe, maybe I'm not big enough, but at some point I'll go above the threshold that anytime I will get called out for this, Weaver Beats will start making videos on it. Right? One way you guys could have him, if you really wanted him to make a video on it and you say, well, that's nice, you could just message him about this apparent drama, what's going on. Again, as I said, this isn't drama. We are on good terms and everything is going on very, very well, right? We're just communicating and we're having a little bit of a difference in terms of our opinion that we're going to hash out. But if you really want me, because at the end of the day, this does somewhat help me grow. Weaver said I'm not big enough for him to react to. Then for sure, then it's not me. Okay, well then never mind. You're like literally bigger than him. He's like 35K, right? And you just recently passed 50K. Nice strike, by the way, reminds me of Avalon. Well, that's the sound that we're going for. This some time ago, you increased my whole knowledge more than those months, all the YouTubes in 3 years. Nice. Everybody hitting the like button, nice. Thank you guys. To be honest, when it comes to drama, there's a YouTuber that I follow who is called Dark Viper AU. It's I don't think anybody knows him. He is a big YouTuber, like over 1 million subscribers. He does GTA 5 playthroughs and like speedruns and challenge runs and stuff like that. So it's like a gaming guy. But he also does a lot of just sitting around and talking. And one of the things that he says is that drama isn't a good way to follow if you want, or drama isn't a good way to grow, because all of the people that come to your channel for drama aren't interested in your content. They will be getting your recommendations, right? So your videos will show up in their recommendations and then they will not click on it. So it's actually a hard way to grow through calling people out and starting drama or whatever you want to call it. I just do it because I want to stop misinformation from spreading. The best way for me to grow is for you guys, when you click on the video, watch it all the way through and then click off of it. That's the best thing that you can do for my channel. This is the one. Whoa. I think that's not really needed. I just need to lower this in volume. This is a little bit resonant. That's probably the black hole doing black hole stuff. It's the low kind of peak in here somewhere, probably. Here at the start. Yep. I think one way I can deal with that is lower its gain a little bit, because I don't need low muddy frequencies kind of coming in here, right? Does it tell me not dB volume? Yeah, -5 dB, that should work. I always watch the entire video from you and Dash. Yeah. I mean, when it comes to growth, I talk about it because I find it interesting. Not necessarily because I'm like, oh, I want to sit here and grow as much as possible. I want to turn this into like one of those big channels, and I want to just make all of the money possible in the world. I find it interesting because it's just interesting, because it's a look in the human mind of what people find interesting in music production in general. It needs more headroom. I find YouTube growth is because at the end of the day, we say like you want to please the algorithm, but the algorithm really is the people that watch you. So for me to say that I'm doing a good job in like making the tutorials and the videos that I make is, if they grow my channel, then it's something that people want to watch. And that's what I want to do. I want to teach as many people as possible. So in essence, in order to do like the teaching people and stuff like that, I need to still look to some way to the algorithm. And there's not, I mean, I know Dash for a fact doesn't really care that much about like the growth aspect of it. And there's other YouTubers as well that don't fixate that much on it. But it's a change of mindset, and everybody has their own way of thinking about it. At the end of the day, to me, it feels like I want to make the best possible content, and content that does well in the algorithm is, because by definition, the algorithm is just your audience or the audience. Good, algorithmically good content is just content that people enjoy. So there is a correlation there, right? It's not just the amount of likes that you get or the amount of comments that you get. It's because there's just a lot of people that, like Cerebrum said before, that, or no, who was that? There was another guy who said, I'm just lurking here, right? People that don't necessarily interact with you even though they watch you. I'm sure that there's a few people, maybe even here in chat, that have never really spoken to me but still enjoy my content. And I cannot judge how they like the content without looking at the metrics, because they don't tell me. You don't do it for the money, you do it for the culture. Yes. Well, I mean, it would be nice to make some money from it, but it's not the primary goal. It's like a love-hate thing. Very much, yes. You don't want to it's not something that you want to over-focus on. Because then all the kind of content that you end up making would be top 10 VST compressors, top 10 VST equalizers. And I think that there's enough of that kind of content. But I can carve my niche inside the psytrance community, psytrance production, technical analysis, or technical way of producing the things that aren't there yet, and I can make my mark in that way. I know what you mean. There's a very good example of a guy that's been blowing up over the last year, who does reaction to other people's music. So what he will, and this is huge, right? He gets like 10 times the views that I get. So technically speaking, from an algorithmic point, his content is more enjoyable than mine. But all he does is just sit around, listen to other people's music on Spotify. Like literally, it's just him screaming at the music that is played in front of him, and it's just, at the end of it, that's just copyright theft. That's just not good content, and I would refuse to make it. But to some extent, you can play with what the metrics tell you to make. And it does work. I can actually show you that it works right now because I've spent some time getting back into shorts recently. You can see what it does to your views once you start getting back into shorts and doing something like this. This is clearly something that people enjoy, right? So it does help, but you need to do it in a healthy way, not just follow the trends or whatever. I was unsure of what it was, but it turned out to be a thing that I put on there, a little bit of a volume dip. This is a hard sound to mix. I think I already tried it with this dynamics, but the problem is that this is transgated, I think. Right? Yes. And you can see that it's not really like stable. So I'm assuming I would need to do a different kind of compression on it. I do want this to be like snappy, but this has an attack. This doesn't, this doesn't, this has a massive attack, and this doesn't. That's not what I want in terms of like the stability. I just want this to be very plucky all the time. So what I think need to do for that to work is set up the compressor so that it's more aggressively targeting like the latter part of the sound and bringing up the earlier part a bit more. Also, the start of it is a lot lower in volume. We can just do another layer of compression actually. TR5. Is this now in here? Yeah. So this is one of the reasons why I haven't been using this bundle. This is apparently one of the best plugins in the whole bundle, and it's just not included in it. Right? You saw it. It just said it didn't actually want it to load. And there's a few of them that do that. So that's one of my main issues with it. And then we'll use this compressor to kind of glue it a little bit more and also catch that attack a bit more. So here, yeah, 2 to 1 should be okay. Some more headroom, and then I also want that peak a little bit lower. Maybe I should do that dynamically. It's this area that's bothering me. Like one place where it sounds strange. There we are. Air or ALR? I can't tell. The second character in your name looks a little bit strange, but I'm gonna assume that you're called Air. Welcome to the stream. This is not your typical mispronunciation. It just looks very strange in the chat. It's not like your typical capital L or your typical capital I, because it's a little bit higher than the other ones. At least in the name font. At least one coffee, welcome as well. Maybe I shouldn't bother with telling people so much about the names. Here there's a little bit of a mistake in these things. They should follow the base. I do feel like this could use a little bit more body, this snare. So like this maybe. Bike I can like the feedback streams, and for the challenges I sadly don't have the time due to self-employment and finding my own project. Thanks. Well, thank you. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Everybody taking coffee. I haven't had a coffee in over a year. I used to drink like 2 cups a day back when I was living with my parents, and then when I moved to Budapest, right when I started off my channel, half a year before that I moved to Budapest for the Erasmus program, which then COVID happened, and that's when I started doing YouTube. I just completely stopped drinking coffee in Budapest, and the reason for that is we used to drink a lot of cappuccino with like milk in it, right? And I found that anytime I drank like 2 or 3 cappuccinos in the afternoon, I would just feel terrible. And the coffee that we were drinking is just the best coffee in the world, right? Italian coffee is widely known as the best coffee in the world already. And my father, being in humanitarian work in Ethiopia, he would bring back Ethiopian blend, which is also known as like one of the best types in the world. They get it from particular mountains, and it has to be a particular type of bean, and then it becomes 100% Arabica, and then there's even subcategories and whatever. He is like really into that kind of stuff. So he was really into like the quality, and he, you know, so for those that don't know, my dad is in humanitarian work in the sense that he does consultancy for agricultural corporations, which obviously includes also coffee. So for his work, part of what he does is just brings home coffee. So that it's the best of the best kind of coffee that you can get, according to him, obviously. And I just, anytime that I would drink 2 or 3 cups of coffee, especially with the milk, but also without it sometimes, I would just feel in my stomach. It's not even like being sick, right? But I just feel a little bit of pressure in my stomach. So I just completely stopped, and then it went away. Maybe there was something else in my life that I was doing that was causing it, but I never came back to drinking coffee, and I haven't had it since. I don't know. As I said, I moved to Budapest, so there was a lot of things that changed in my life at then. So I cannot exactly tell if that was exactly the problem, but maybe it's lactose from the milk. Definitely not, because I do still drink a lot of milk. I have cereal every morning, so it's not that. Yeah, it's probably the cream. That's what my mom say. It's probably the fact that it's like creamy and whatever. I don't know the truth to that. The point is that I just stopped drinking coffee, and I've never had that issue again. I did do an allergy test, but that didn't include actual coffee. I don't even know if you can be allergic to coffee. Yeah, it's because I'm an Ableton user. That's the reason. I'm allergic to Ableton. I've heard it a lot. I'm not the only one doing it. Sarah Bunn also says, yeah, people cutting down on coffee. I could live just from cereals, milk, and coffee, and pizza and burgers. I mean, take away the coffee and bring back or put in Pepsi or any other kind of soft drink, and then I would basically have the same thing. Go back to FL? No, I like everything on one interface. I'm very glad that Reaper isn't the same way as FL Studio, where you have 6 different windows in order to do one thing, right? Right now it's a little bit cluttered because, as I said, the mixer is in here, but if I undock the mixer, this is huge, and my mixer is also huge. So this is very, very nice. This is how I mix when I'm not streaming. Can I get it back now, please? It does take some time to put it back, because anytime you right click, it opens up a thing here. Oh, nice. Gabrielle. Thank you very much. €5. I took away the goal, by the way, the thing that used to be right here, the text, because I already have the camera now, so I feel bad asking you guys for money for a camera that I already have. But I appreciate it very much that you guys support the stream. There should be a way for me to have the donation come up on stream, and I think that that's set up with everything but the type of donation that you just brought now. This is because this is one of those YouTube donations, right? I can see it in my chat that this is just a normal one. I have a tip link, which theoretically should do like text to speech, but it doesn't. Yeah, this is a super chat. That's something else. To be honest, I've never really paid attention to it. I cut back on alcohol. Oh, nice, nice. That's a good thing. I do sometimes like to go out drinking, but when I'm home alone, drinking alone is just sad. It's not that it's not like I don't like it, right? Like alcohol. But drinking, I always associate it with being with friends, and that's just for the weekend for me. So in that regard, you could say, yeah, I'm not drinking a lot, but that's just because I don't go out a lot. I do a lot of stuff that's bad enough, yes. You have to do some things that are happy. But the after effects are getting bad with age. Yeah, that's also a thing. 5 years ago, I could go out drinking and I would wake up at 8, and then at 8:30 I would be okay, and I could just go back to what I was doing the afternoon before. Now it just takes me a day to recover from some heavy drinking. Also, Mind B, nice to see. A lot of people actually sticking to their New Year's resolutions, I guess. 4 months, that is. It's been more than 4 months since January. 2023 is almost halfway done, guys. It's 1 more month and a week, and then it's halfway done. The threshold of moderation. Exactly. I like everybody in the chat is like, I don't do a lot. The only thing that I do is smoke some weed. Our generation, or maybe even my generation, but nowadays it's much more common to smoke weed, and so I see people cutting back a lot on other things. Yeah, Mind B does deserve an applause for 4 months. That's very, very nice. Klaus is the only one without smoking. At least that wants to publicly admit it. Janice, welcome to the stream. I've never seen a name before, but that's a nice first message to be remembered by. MDMA hangover is heavier with age. Can still hear the dog again. I'll go up after the stream and see what's going on. This one. Here. And then here. Like that.
Now, simulation theory is the idea that we are living in a simulation. That the world that we live in is not the real world, but it's just a simulation that somehow we are hallucinating.
This, by the way, is really cool. This is something that I should look into more. These are all of the plugins. Well, part of them aren't in the bundle, but that's a different thing. This is kind of like build your own studio modular thing. I would really like it if I actually had access to all of the plugins that are in here. But as I said before, there's just some stuff in here. I think this is one. Yeah, do you see? If you click on it, it tells you that's not part of the collection. I paid for something called a full bundle. So I expect a full bundle to come with everything, because that's the definition of full. Late, welcome to the stream. How are you guys doing? This is actually part of it, right? Yeah. So this we can use. I want to use this to do some slight like gluing on there. I don't know, I just open up sometimes a few of these compressors at random. Please just be 0 dB. I open them up at random. This is nice because it should tell me, yeah, it gives me information on peak. Is this before or after? I assume this is output. Now what if I start? Oh, these are linked, that's nice. I cannot get this to be input stuff, right? I mean, I guess I could. 9.9 peak. Yeah, so this actually goes lower, so then we can bring it up by a few dB. Yeah, that brings out the rest a little bit more. I do want to see if there's no sneaky business going on. Loudness analyzer again, and then look at the difference before and after. So this is before, this is before, this is after. Let's see. So the individual things might add a few dB to your signal chain if they are just inserted, but this does seem to be like okay. I think I could go up a little bit more to actually match it. This does seem to output actually what it says and not add 2 dB to it. I think it's just the individual modules that are strange. Maybe that's because they're emulating something that is like analog, and it's just part of the analog behavior. But it's strange that if you load up a plugin that it just adds 2 dB to your signal chain. And it's not just, okay, Track S is not the only one that does this. Another plugin that is known, at least by me, to do this is HComp by Waves, this thing. Which is a shame because this is a really cool plugin. And I got this because Ollie used it in one of his shorts. And I wanted to try the host BPM release time. But I don't like plugins that just add 2 dB to it. And he was compressing by 3 dB in the short. And then to volume compensate it, he had to lower it by another 2 dB on the output. Which is just strange. That shouldn't happen. At least in my opinion. I hate these plugins that show you their entire shop while you're trying to work. Yes, it's very unprofessional. And I'll show you something else that's very unprofessional. I have a separate spam folder for this kind of stuff. Every single day, 1, 2, or 3 emails with offers for their shitty plugins. It's just not needed, right? I get that you want to market to your customers, but twice a day, really? I mean, I hope that the music industry stays this way, but we tend to be fairly professional altogether here, and this is just not it. The dust is very analog, yes. Like Wietse from White Sea Studio said, with all of the screws and all of the damage. It's a very analog design. The reason why I actually wanted to use this is I wanted to see if we needed to do like 2 or 3 stages, but I guess it's sounding good enough. I could do some EQing with this as well. That's the cool thing, right? You can just build your signal chain, I believe, however you want. Yeah. Why does... Ah, you need to put it below, it doesn't go above. Okay. So you can build up... Does it allow for multiple levels? Or just 2? You cannot do triple parallel. Yeah, that would... Okay, that makes sense. So you can build like your own studio routing thing with all of the plugins that are in here. And it's not like... Okay. It's not like there's nothing in here. 90% of all of these plugins are in there. There's just a few, like this thing here. So this is in there, there's an equalizer, this is in there, this is in there, this is in there. Right, it's... I think all in all there's 10 in there that don't open up in here, including the one that I actually wanted to. And they have like this credit system. I mean, this isn't a mobile game. It's a cool idea, it's just strangely executed. Yes, companies should make good stuff and let people vote with the wallet. I completely agree.
Now, simulation theory is the idea that we are living in a simulation.
I know, I want a little bit higher. And then... That's making some space for the vocals. Okay. We also can high pass this at like 100 Hertz because we have the sub bass in there. And that should be okay.
We are living in a simulation. That the world that we live in is not the real world, but it's just a simulation that somehow we are hallucinating. Much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives. But it's just a simulation that somehow we are hallucinating. Much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives. Live out our lives.
This one can lower by a few dB. I guess this is the last one, yeah. So I can just do it here on the... Actually, I want to do that on the output because I'm doing some heavy compression on here, I think, right? Yeah, dynamics. I believe I was doing some compression there. So I'll add a volume at the end. This does not... Does this have... It should have, right? A global meters and utilities. Yes, global output. There we are. 0. I can just use that one. Don't need to add another thing there. Output gain. And we can like lower this by a few. Like 3. Yeah. Thank you for sticking by. Wait. Okay, so it was like stuck there, I guess. I want this a little bit lower. Yeah, -4. always see the readout for the plugin value if you're using automation. Here it switches. Now it says 0.41, which is just like 0 to 1 kind of value of the plugin parameter. And sometimes you get it, yeah. You can see now I have it in dB. I have no idea when it displays one and when it displays the other. Maybe I've just found it. If you place your playhead after it, it tells you in dB. If you place your playhead close to it, it says it. Wait, what? For the one that is closest to the playhead, unless it's in the middle? I don't know. It's a Reaper thing. I know now that I can just use this readout here, I guess. Doesn't update, by the way. You need to like click for it to update. Then you can see the actual dB value if you're automating a dB range or a frequency range. You get the frequency value, stuff like that. How's the knife treating you so far? That's something that I missed. Actually quite scary, so you only use it for special occasions. You can chop up samples with it. Nice. I don't think I know what you're talking about in terms of the knife, but I do like the joke. Ah, nice. And gifted him a knife. Like a chef knife or like a more old school kind of knife? What kind of knife are we talking about here? Basically a miniature samurai sword. Wow. Okay. Well, now that I know that, I won't fuck around with Dash anymore, okay? I'm scared he will come to my house. Which, by the way, try me. This is just a butter knife, it won't do anything. This has a very strong attack to it. I don't think that I like that for this. This maybe needs a little bit... I would do that with like a... not even a transient shaper. Yeah, compressor would be best for that. Dynamics. Careful with the plate this time. I have no plates. I have 2 plates stacked on top of each other. I think that's the most I will ever have. It will give you headroom. Yes, indeed. I do still have the sound of the plates in the sense that it's still just up on my YouTube if you were to find the stream. With the amount of stuff that I've streamed lately as well, I don't remember the date anymore. I think it was like at the beginning, right? January or something. He did cut that part and send it somewhere in Discord as well, yeah. You're probably able to find it if you wanted to. But live streams. The cool thing about YouTube over Twitch is Twitch at some. What would be cool is if YouTube implemented the clip system in the same way that Twitch does. Buffering only for me. Did I drop out? I'm sorry. Hello, Nomad. Welcome. As I was saying, the cool thing, what would be cool if YouTube did that is with the clip system. If they were able to, would make it so that you would actually able to browse clips from a certain channel, so that if something like that happens on the stream, it just is instantly like shareable. Yeah, this click, that's what I want to tackle here. Stronger, more attack. It's really just the start, right, that we want to. This delay just even becomes louder, I guess. We can almost like limit this. This is what I want. And now I need to go ahead and remove that like lower. This stuff. And I guess make some headroom as well. That's what I want. And then reverb on the higher frequencies. I go 500 Hertz and above, something like that. And then we'll go with like a nice bright character hull. I think I want to up the sound a little bit in here in terms of volume. Can I do that? Just this part, I think I can, right? Apply. Yeah. I can just normalize this part here. No, that's not it. I want this to be 0. Hello? Zero dB. Yes. It's because it normalized it. It's because I made the waveforms bigger than they're supposed to be. So it actually goes like extends off from the waveform. So that's why I was confused there.
Now, simulation theory is the idea that we are living in a simulation. That the world that we live in is not the real world, but it's just a simulation that somehow we are hallucinating. Much like being cocooned inside the Matrix while we all live out our lives.
Nice. A bit of those mid frequencies can go. Really only need this for the high end, right? Alright, so that's this mix. I have been streaming for 2 hours. What I want to do is... so basically what I did, for those that didn't know, for the last 2 hours I wasn't just kind of like randomly mixing. We started a little bit in the intro and then we worked our way through and listened to all of the problems, and now I'm at the end. And that's where I'm just going to say, okay, for now this is going to be the session for this particular song. So I'm going to save this. Do I want to save it as a new version? Yes, I want to do that, yeah. How does that show up then? Open project. Does it actually give me like 2 files? Then? Yeah, virtual reality _1. Okay, that's perfect. That's actually nice, I didn't know that. So now I have this mix. I want to render this out, and then I'm going to take a break, and then we're just going to move on to the next mix. Because I have a lot more things that I could potentially do. I can render this later, that's okay. So I'm gonna go recent projects. We'll work on this one. Yes. I like how it has to remove the tracks first. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick break. And then I'll be right back, as usual. And then we'll work on this mix. In the meanwhile, I'll just let you guys listen to it, and then we'll continue right after.
integrating technology into your body, and it's not giving you a digital voice.
there was also a lead in here. So it feels a little bit empty, and I want to compensate with that with the mix in here. No mic still? Ah, it's because I was speaking, sorry. Or because the track was playing, sorry. What I said was, I need my back pillow, by the way. Do I have that here? My room is a mess, I'm sorry. I don't have it. I have a back pillow, and the only reason why I have it is because I start sweating in my chair when I'm sitting directly against like the back of the chair. And that helps me sit forward a little bit, so there's a little bit of space so I don't feel myself sweating. But it should be good. So what I said was that there's a little bit of a problem with this track because there was an acid line in here and another lead in here that filled up the arrangement a lot more. So what I want to do is I want to compensate for the lack of those elements, and this was like a production thing that at the end I decided just not to go with those elements. And I also rearranged all of this, like there's like an extra drop segment in here that didn't used to be here. The vocals now sit in the drop as well, which they didn't before. So all of those things I need to get used to a little bit, and I need to compensate for all of that with the mix that we have now. As you can see, I've already done some stuff in here as well. Again, I added all of the elements one by one and then just did like an initial mix, and now we are in the enhancing phase of that. So we're just going to listen through it, make edits as we go, and then once we're at the end, we'll call it finished, and then that's like the first stage of the enhancement. Then I'll listen to it one more time, and if there's any glaring issues with the track, then I'll fix those, and otherwise I'll just call it finished for the mix. And then maybe I need to do some rebalancing or whatever, but there shouldn't be much more that needs to be done. This also has the high frequencies. Do I want to maintain those and like accentuate them maybe? It is a nice texture to really have those come out, but I think what I'll do is also low pass it here so that it isn't too much. It doesn't become like clicky, it just is that little bit of a texture then. That's maybe a bit too much. Go like the other one. This is the filter. This is the boost, yeah. I guess like this. Here I feel like when the flute comes in, it doesn't have enough presence at the beginning. It does get it when it's like here, but this flute at the beginning doesn't. So some dynamic EQ could help there. Or not dynamic EQ, dynamics, multiband dynamics. Should be able to... I should set up... Ooh, was some car thing. Some squeaky brakes. I should be able to set up so that I don't have to go in here every time and just set the smoothness to 0. I have to just do that for every plugin from the Melda thing. Once you set it up, it saves your settings, like your default settings. There's a way to set default settings here. I believe at least that's global for also like this stuff, or maybe there's another way to set a default for just your graph. I don't know, I need to look into that. Yeah, so now what I think we'll do is 4 actually, and then we have 1 for the, actually maybe 5, so we can use 1 for that lower harmonic. We can use 1 for the stuff in between, 1 for the little noise stuff that's here, and then this. This is like the noisy part, I would say. This is the one that I definitely want to compress. I don't know if I'm going to use all of the bands here. It's just easy to set it up, because if you now set, say like, oh, I want 6 bands, it's going to reset all of your settings. Yeah, okay, so we still need to do more. You can do that trick of 10 minus 10. This is a little bit on the bright side, isn't it? Maybe I do want like here a little boost, and then we can go like this, I guess. Bit extreme. I should teach myself to use more shelves, because they definitely have a function. I just don't tend to use them a lot. So this would be a good example. Right, you just want it to be a little bit darker. And clearly the volume balance here is a little bit off. This is just very, very dark. We can fix that. This does play more, so here we have to be careful, but I do want to extend the length of this one here. Maybe this is one of the projects where I upped it a bit too much, I guess. What's the thing again? Shift. Oh no, that's just very clipped. Why is this so clipped? Did I do this on purpose? Or is that... I guess, yeah, if you zoom out it just looks clipped, but it isn't. Okay. I guess for here what we can do is another track. If I want to extend this delay, it's not a good idea to just throw the delay on there. Because it's going to cancel with the delay that's already on there actually. Isn't it 32-bit float anyway? I export at 24. So the way that this like all of my projects are set up is I export normalized, right? So I make sure that all of them aren't going to clip. But I was like, okay, this is a very squashed waveform. There's definitely some clipping going on in the track itself, like before you export it. But what I do in here to save myself some headroom is I go -8 on all of them and then I increase the size of the waveform, right? So the normal waveform will look something like this. And then if it's zoomed out like this, you cannot really see what's going on anywhere, right? Even the kick and all of the stuff is like very, very small. So when I import it again, you have this function which is shift plus to just up the size of the waveform without actually changing the volume so that you can see it better. And that was what was throwing me off. I thought maybe I had increased the size of the waveform too much. Which project? This is for my upcoming EP. This track is called Future Technologies. So here we can apply our delay that we want for this segment specifically. And the cool thing is we can use the volume and apply it before that, and this then essentially becomes your input volume. You just go this one, and I just want to apply this on the one that's in the intro so we get a nice big delay here. I also don't want this to work on the delay itself, so I'm just going to slowly tamper that off, and then the rest will be negative or -60 in this case, which shouldn't let anything through. And now we can even EQ this differently if we want to. Yes, I'm working on an EP and this is going to be on there. Maybe I'll release them all as singles, but I'm still thinking of doing it as an EP. Overall this sound is We'll do this trick here. You can compress your delay tails to really make them stand out, which is what I want in this part here. Just basically smash it, maybe with some parallel compression, maybe with just some normal stuff, normal compression, just very hard compression, like 5, 6 to 1, something like that. You have to up this again, 12, minus 12. You can do this with the temp gain with just one knob. It will basically act. So this temp gain, for those who are using the Melda plugins, is basically the same as if you add like 8 dB, it's going to be the same as plus 8 on the input, minus 8 on the output. It just doesn't show in the analyzer, which is annoying because I do like some visual feedback. I'm a man that likes visual stimulus. And this way should work. And now you just compensate for this. Right, that should be... Why is this so quiet already? Is this quiet because it's... Ah, okay. Post effects. That's what we want. We don't want the fader to influence this. There's also a little click at the start. I don't know why that click is happening. That might be an issue with now that we're layering this with its own delay kind of thing. You can check by just putting these two together. Okay, so we can up this by 4 dB. It's roughly there, and then compensate here at least, some proper gain staging. At like a lower frequency click then. Again, I have to go. In this case, the smoothness is here for some reason. I just need to normalize. Yeah, you can see we get that spike there, right? That does fix it. Okay. Can give it more release actually. Maybe here what I should do is just manually like drop the volume at the very start, because it isn't really needed. We can just have this like fade in over time, right? Because it's mainly just for the transition into the next segment. In that case, I can volume here. I don't know if this is going to be a problem with all of them. For now, I'll just do like this. Here it seems fine. It's also higher like the frequencies that it has. Need to do a check on the kick and bass, because that lux, like we discovered in the last session, does do some phase shifting. That's an issue. So the way we solved that the last time with the last project is just to, if we want some extra power and some kind of extra saturation from that, instead of using a saturator that has that kind of filter included, we're making an extra track here and we throw it on there. This should be, now that I think about it, I should carry over this volume to here, which means that this one can also be turned up 1 dB to compensate, like that. And now here we go like that. I don't like to use these higher filters because these are filters that are made with orders. You can see how much it's actually cutting away from the lower frequencies, right? Even though the filter cutoff is here. That's a side effect of this filter not actually being 148 dB per octave filter. You can tweak it with the Q, so with a higher Q it does look more like a normal filter. But when it opens up, so these are multiple filters of 6 dB per octave emulating a 48 dB per octave filter. And I messaged the guy from Melda, some people might know his name, I forget, but the developer of Melda, who is, by the way, is one of the nicest people that I've ever talked to, because he like literally went out of his day to explain step by step the reasoning why it's actually better to use this system. It apparently saves CPU implementing multiple filters in serial, as opposed to just doing one filter that is doing a very, very steep filter slope. So that's his reasoning behind it. It actually saves a bunch of CPU doing it this way. But it does mean that you get these deformed filters if you don't compensate for it. So now we have our kind of mid-range version. I don't really need the high end from this either, so avoid any conflict, we'll remove that as well. So this is just going to power up our mid-range a lot. And then we can do some soft saturation. nice and low, and then I'll take this and throw it on here instead. Finally some EQing to compensate for that. Should be a slight like tonal change in here. Like that, yeah. Theoretically, should be cleaner than just using a saturator like we were before. I think the reason for it is this saturator is high passing the signal because it introduced a lot of phase shift. We do have to still check if there's like a lot of phase shift. Might be the case that I'm secretly ruining stuff. Like me unmuting this. Does seem to be a little bit of an issue here. Let's see if that's fixable. It didn't fix all of it. Strange. We're getting a lot of lag now because of the linear phase stuff that we're using, but I guess that's something we have to deal with. Is that just in the sample then? For the kick? Yeah. There's just post-ringing in the sample. I'll have to check this out. This is not what you want, but I mean, at the end of the day, something like this, something this minor, I guess it should be fine as long as that transient itself is just kind of coming through, and that's actually happening here, right? We have all of these transients now with the rest playing as well. That's a little bit hard to judge, but just kick and bass playing, the transients should be nice. Kick longer than halfway. Okay, so that's the issue with that bass line. That's also an easy fix, just like this. The only thing I need to check for is that there's no other kick stuff happening on this channel, which there is, which we can easily fix by just temporarily turning off LFO tool there. So depth, and then we trim that depth like right here. Let me there, and there, and you just go off on these two. Doesn't really matter that it's not exactly on the transient because it's full volume there anyway. Yeah, Wojtek, that's his name. Yes, he did an interview with Plugin Boutique, I believe. Right? The plugin sellers is Plugin Boutique. And there he explained a bunch of stuff about M Sound Factory and their new piano, which by the way is really good. I haven't had an email from them yet asking me to be sponsored, but at some point I'm just going to say, hey, I've been shelling your plugins for so long now, give me some money. No, it would be cool to at least have like an affiliate link with them, because then I have more of an incentive to actually use them also in videos. Not that I don't have the incentive now to not use them, but it would be nice to have an affiliate link with some company. On the website or something, you know, like an ambassador for their plugins, because I do really think that they could use the what's it called, the publication, publicizing, is that the right word? They could use the marketing, I guess. Not that I would bring a lot of people to it, but at least a few. And they deserve it. Publicity, exactly. Sometimes words just don't want to enter my mind. Promotion, publicity, yes, exactly. Dr. Fluffy, that's a name that I haven't seen for a while. Welcome. Right, is that the Dr. Fluffy from my Discord from years ago? Is that right? Or am I saying something dumb now? Yes, Dr. Fluffy. Is this user info? Yeah, it doesn't even tell me when you joined the server, so it must be a really long time ago. I do remember a few names from the olden days. When I say the olden days, it's before I took a break from YouTube. Because for those that are new and don't know, I started making content right when COVID hit, like in January when COVID hit. So even before COVID actually, because COVID was like February. But then when I came back home, I was really in an unhealthy relationship with the way that I was creating content, and now it's much better. So I took a break for like 8 months. And in that time, obviously, all of the old audience kind of moved on and I had to build everything up from scratch again. A lot of people stayed as well, but every once in a while, somebody from the olden days will come back and say, oh, I didn't know you were making content again. It's nice to see. You mean when they hit us with COVID? Yes, it's all their fault. This delay could be even more pronounced, I would say. Because really all I need this delay to do is bridge the gap from here up until the drop. And it can do that throughout the whole thing. Maybe I'm just using the wrong delay. Echo Boy does tend to do like a lot of filtering on it. What's a cleaner delay? You get some kind of almost a saturated sound going on here. I like that. And lower the feedback a little bit, I guess, like 93 should be good. Yeah, that's what I want, right? So it extends all the way up until the end here. You deserve it more attention, mate. Thank you. I have a plan here as well to bring out the higher frequencies a bit more. You should be able to see it if I unsmooth the analyzer. Right, there's that little thing there. I guess it's a bit stronger like that. You just smooth that out a little bit. Something like that, and then we up it. Which means that we're essentially just boosting the high frequencies unless it's that sharp rising bit. It's also here. I keep, yes, I see you guys spamming mic every time that I talk when the thing is playing. I keep forgetting that that also happens at like very low volumes. Maybe I should find a way to set my sidechain that I have on the microphone so that it reacts only when like the kick and bass is very loud. Right now it's because also I have my speakers set a little bit louder than I usually have, obviously because I'm mixing. But it's just something that you have to get used to, that the fact that you cannot talk when it's playing. Either way, I don't say anything important whenever it's playing. Don't worry about it. You can do a bit more compression. Again, this is something that I like with the multiband. You don't want to go too extreme on the multiband because it can offset the balance between the frequencies at around the crossover. So it's really good to kind of shape it a little bit and then go into like a normal compressor. So I'm again going to try to use one of these compressors. We have used the classic comp, we've used the bus compressor. Go with the opto compressor. Let's see what this does and what this sounds like. Yeah, you guys can read my lips and then translate it from there. Live subtitles, that would be nice. then that also bypasses that problem, and anytime I am not quite clear in what I'm saying, that would also help. I don't think there's any method of doing that. Also, where would I put them on the stream? I guess like right here under where my t-shirt is kind of area, I would have my subtitles. If there is a way to just generate subtitles on the fly, that would be cool. Dash has closed captions available. Yes. The only time that I can use actual subtitles on my t-shirt is if I want to say free vision, then I just go up a little bit and then it says it. But that doesn't happen too often, so. We only have one type of subtitles here and one thing to say. I mean, I could wear different t-shirts, obviously, but changing t-shirts in front of you, I usually get paid for that kind of stuff. For that kind of content. Flute here can be brought out a bit more in the higher frequencies. I guess like kind of here-ish. I mean, this is technically a green shirt. I guess it's being lit a little bit strange. It's like a neon shirt, so I don't know if I can green screen it. You can also see that with the screen that I have, now that I'm scrolling, right, that I'm completely pink now, and I get like different lighting. That's how bright my main screen is. It's not that my main screen is so bright, it's that I don't really have like studio lights or actual lighting. And especially on the webcam, it's less on the new camera that I cannot use yet for streaming. But with the webcam being such a small, like little lens and with a low exposure time, it just captures any form of light change really, really easily. So that's the reason why I'm constantly kind of like changing color. And that's why this green t-shirt also doesn't look green right now. It looks kind of like yellowish, I would say. At least for me on the preview that I have. Yeah, the pink is really noticeable. It just becomes completely pink. I look ill. I could organize a Psytrance party just like this. I'm sorry for anybody who's suffering from epilepsy. That was not cool of me. Hence why your name is Projector. Yes. I'm gonna go for a nice long delay on this. I want to extend. I like this is. I call it the fifth pad. It's playing a perfect fifth with regards to the rest. Just like that. It sounds a little bit strange here in the mix, like incomplete, right? Not a lot of high frequencies. But in here it does a really good job of just adding a little bit of variation there. Projecting, yes. This needs some more strength in the mid-range, I guess. This also needs to stand out more. All of these decisions that I'm making now are just partially to compensate for the fact that we have added significantly more mid-range to the bass line, which it needed, by the way. Without it, it sounds strange. It sounds really hollow. I like the idea of the bass line at the time. I still like the kind of tonality or texture to it. I think it's fairly unique for me, at least. I've never been able to create a bass line really sounding like it. Even just by importing the patch and like replaying it, there's something really strange going on within this track that just make this bass line work in here. Might just be the sound design around it that makes it stand out. But with it, it's just a lot more powerful, right? This should be the first time that there's like really spicy high end in there, right? The almost aggressive sounding. Maybe even a little bit higher frequency, like 10K. This is a little bit of a misnomer here. Or do I use it? No. Metallic atmosphere. I want this in the paths group. Should be part here and then yellow. Here, I like this. I want this to completely stop here. That's more of a production thing, right? Determining if the reverb should go on or not. It's not really kind of like mixing with the, in like the classical way, just given what you have, you just mix that. But sometimes I'll make like little edits or stuff like that. Or in this case, we drastically lower the volume here so that instead of it continuing into the fill, it just stops. I don't know if I'm using it later, so I do return back to, I didn't have to, but okay. This also isn't needed. You can just number them normally. Unless, no, that's it's actually a different sound. So yeah, then it makes sense to actually name it normally like this. I'd like to bring out that pitching effect here. Let's see if we can find its frequency. Ooh, wrong equalizer. There it is, this one. Just kind of create a little band here. And then we can modulate this in here. You don't have to go all the way. It will probably do like going up to like maybe 60% or something. Wide noise. And this, I think, I'm almost tempted to just filter this in slightly. We can go for the very shallow one. This is a very strange type of filter because it's almost like it tempers off here, right? And that it kind of smooths out. It doesn't, but when you look at it like this, it kind of does. I don't know if this is 100% representing of what it's doing under the hood, or if this is just like a drawing error or something like that. It's still interesting that it does that. Either way, we can just set this to frequency, so it's last parameter that we touched. These two I can theoretically just move. This one is never used again, I think. Oh, later. This one isn't used again. So this I could delete if I wanted to. What I want to do, I'm going to replace this reverb. Find out what the future holds for us. So that we can use turbo. I just understand this more. This filter is easier to understand than Cloudseed. Cloudseed is a very complex plugin. Let's go like a medium sized room, I guess. Well, we can just make a medium room by just upping this to like 1.2 maybe ish, and then we go up with the frequency. I really don't want that vocoded lower part to sound reverberated. Find out what the future holds for us. Find out what the future holds for us. Find out what the future holds for us. And even the lowest frequencies, we'll just make them mono. Find out what the future holds for us. There's still that thing. Don't know if I want to keep that here as well. We just can use that for the impact part, right? Find out what the future holds for us. Yeah, black hole is really good. It's the only unfortunate thing about black hole is that it's hard to control. Ooh. Right? It's such an extreme reverb that it sometimes just becomes unusable. Here, this thing, I want the pitching effect to stand out more. Which we can do easily with some compression. I feel like there's low frequencies in here. Isn't there? Yep. I was able to hear that as a miracle. Ah, okay, yeah, no, later it goes up. That's the reason. Guess I'll use the 6 dB here and then just lower it like this. And we compensate here. We don't need all of that high end, so that's why I'm kind of like rolling it off like this. Now, where is your soothe? I don't use soothe. If I ever need any form of dynamic resonance reduction, which is really what soothe is, I can use spectral dynamics here, which is basically soothe with all of the controls that you actually might want to use. This is, as you can see, pretty insane. But yeah, this is Melda stuff. Do you feel like M Equalizer does a cleaner job than Fab Pro 3? Does it have sidechain? This is everything. Everything that you wanted to have, this has it. There's probably somewhere where you can turn on the sidechain settings. I wouldn't buy, or I wouldn't say, or I wouldn't think that there's any way that this does not have a sidechain. Knowing Melda, yeah, here, sidechain. Detector input sidechain. Do you want the input plus the sidechain? Do you want the input minus the sidechain? Do you want the sidechain minus the inputs? Do you want to multiply them together? Do you want the maximum of the both? Do you want the minimum of the both? This is Melda stuff, okay? This is more complex than all of the other plugins on the market. And that's the reason why I kind of recommend it to more advanced producers. When it comes to M Equalizer, no, it does less stuff. As you can see, it only has 6 bands here. And that's the maximum number of bands that you can give it. One, it does limit your workflow a little bit in that if you ever need a 7th band, then you just don't have it in here. The other thing that I do like, if you go into the EQs, is as you can see, there's a whole bunch of different variations. So if you don't need a dynamic EQ, you don't open up a dynamic EQ. If you don't need to do matching, right, frequency matching, you don't open up the auto equalizer. If you don't need linear phase, you don't open up linear phase. But I just have the whole Melda bundle, really. This is actually quite a good deal for Melda. The whole bundle, which includes all of these plugins. It's in there twice because it loads VST and VST3. So everything from here before it is like the list of stuff that you have. And I got Melda too. Yeah, they have the free bundle, which is really good. But their paid bundle is just like $50 a month, which sounds like a lot. But for your main plugin suite, which does everything that Melda does, it's actually quite reasonable. Your VST list is pretty much the same as mine. Oh, nice. That's cool. That means that you can follow the masterclass as well. You can load up, if you have all of the plugins that I have at least, you can load up the project for the masterclass if you want to. I don't know if that's something that you're interested in. Sounds like these need to stand out a lot more, and I think this is becoming a bit messy. Let's fix that first. If I want to make these sounds stand out more, then yeah, we need to make space, right? So something like this. Doesn't really need all of that higher stuff there. Brain can only process 2 or 3 instances at once, so I usually do a question answer form. What does that mean? That's a bit on the large size, isn't it? There we are. Ah, okay. Yeah. Well, this track is special in that it used to have like a main lead in this section, like a big acid line, and then at the very end of the production I decided, well, this acid line is just not doing what I wanted to do, so I scrapped it. So I kind of had to work my way and put everything back together. There are some points where there's more than like 3 things going on. But overall, yeah, actually looking at it now, it's not that bad. What do I have on the master channel? This is Scope for analyzers. This is M Analyzer, Spectrum Analyzer, and then I have a stereoscope as well for the stereo field. Those are there on there. This is currently in the mixing phase, so there is no master yet. One of the things that I want to start trying is to incorporate my mastering into the mixing, where I actually started like doing mastering in the mixing project. Right now I don't do that because reasons. but I want to start maybe doing that and see if that makes it so that I am. It's better for me to work quickly towards a master. I used to do it in my production project back before I even did like export all of my tracks and then mix them in a separate project. But I had problems with that. I was just using the wrong plugins and I was using a lot of multiband stuff and not taking into account how phase would work. And I ended up with very messy kick and bass relationships. And nowadays I don't obviously do that anymore because I've learned. And I just tend to like, okay, produce, finish production, mix, finish mixing, master, right? Yeah, it's a good idea to check what you're getting towards, what you're building towards in terms of like the overall feeling of your mix once it's mastered, if you have a master chain on there. It would be cool, I don't know if this is possible, if I was, actually, you know what, I can do this. Throw this on the mix bus. We can try this right now actually, because my master chain is always the same. Elixir is an amazing clipper. Also keep in mind that you A/B with mastered songs. Yes, that's true. When you have the master on there, it's obviously going to sound louder, and therefore you're going to make choices depending on the fact that you like it more because of its loudness, which you shouldn't do. That's all good. This is all the same. Okay, then we can check dual mono. On the dual mono version instead of the stereo. The difference, I think, is that the stereo one tends to hold a more mono component because you're compressing the left and the right channel in the same way, whereas dual mono, you introduce more differences because the left and the right obviously have their own like compressor suite and even the saturation suite that they go through. So this is the saturation part, right? So this is where you choose the saturation. I left it with the nickel one, which is the minimal amount of saturation. It's still in there. There's still saturation in there. Unity gain is important. Yes. That is the Townhouse bus compressor. Yeah, I don't have that. The Shadow Hill. This is the worst version of it. This is the first version of it. They did a second version, which is apparently a little bit more faithful to the original. But I do really like the sound of this compressor on it, just on its own, right? Outputs to match. feel like what this compressor does to me the most, the thing that I notice the most is its power in the lower frequencies, the ways that it glues together all of the lower frequencies. I don't know if that's like a normal way of judging it, but that's how I like it. And I just set it up in the way that the manual says that you should do, with these settings on the ratio, and you leave the discrete attack and recover the same as they always are. And then you set threshold in such a way, and obviously you gain state, you set threshold in such a way that the discrete or the optical one does 1 dB and the discrete one does 1 to 2 dB. So a little bit more on the discrete one than on the optical one. And then you set the sidechain filter to in. Make sure that it's obviously sidechaining so that the lower frequencies don't really react to it. And then you can choose whichever of the saturation types that you like. Generally tend to use compressors to put something in the mix, never touch that gain knob in it because it introduces distortion. Well, yeah, distortion, this is like a slight saturation, right? So this does emulate the non-linearity that is within the original Shadow Hill Industries mastering compressor. So it's not like an unpleasant distortion, even if you push it a little bit harder, which I do like to do. So I did gain stage it, but I do think that I'm going to bring it up a little bit so that we get a little bit of that extra saturation from the final saturation unit, that is this little thing here, which is after the gain. So obviously that's going to push it in there more. It doesn't really matter if I gain stage this or not, because I'm going to go into a clipper anyway. So I'm going to go free clip. Going to go probably with like 4 or 8 times oversampling is usually what I go for, and then I go at 0 dB. This is where shit gets loud. This is there just to remove any peaks that might be there. There's some stuff happening towards the end there as well. Funny. And then the final plugin, which is my secret master plugin, is Boost. This is a very, very, very transparent maximizer. And you go focus to none, and you take a nice long release time and nice long attack. I don't want any emphasis or drive or whatever. And then this is just going to push it hard, right? This just maximizes the hell out of it, obviously. Davey the Hug Monster, how are you doing? Welcome. Find Elixir 3 by Flux. Well, I'm actually happy with free clip. It sounds really good, and this is free, as the name implies. And for a hard clipper, it's not a hard clipper is not a very as long as you're oversampling enough. And you're not actually clipping it that much, right? You can see I'm not actually using it to clip my main waveform. I'm just using it for very, very small samples. There's actually a very good video that I shared recently already with somebody in stream. Let me see if I can find it again. I can find my own stream, by the way. Didn't know that. It's going to take me a while to find this in my history, but I will find it for you because it's interesting. Where is it? It's from some dude, like an actual mastering engineer, who talks about when you're clipping peaks, a lot of people tend to overthink it. And the reason why you don't need, or you shouldn't overthink the clipping, can I find it like this? Mastering, right? Yes, this. He talks about, for clipping, one of the things that's important is the length of the clip. So if you're clipping like what he shows that the maximum amount of length that he's actually clipping the master is like 60 samples, right? So 60 audio samples in terms of the audio file. In those cases, the clipping distortion, you're not going to hear it. It's just going to be inaudible. So this is a good, actual good video on that topic, because it's something that I never really thought about. Like, the clipper doesn't really matter. It's just there to make sure that this limiter here has a little bit of less work to do when it inevitably peaks a little bit higher. But those events are very, very short, which is what Elixir does. Yes. Which is quite important to solo exactly what you're clipping. We're talking about a master clipper though, in this case. Anyway, this is just a nice sidetrack thing, I guess. I do want to actually go back into mixing if you guys don't mind. I already have an EQ on there, but... lose a bit more with the other one now. I notice a lot of stems. Are you remixing? This is just a mix that I'm doing for myself. So all of the sounds are... yeah, these are exported from the production project and imported into Reaper so that I can mix them here. The reason, by the way, why I do that is so that I don't put myself back into the production mindset. By the way, I don't think that I want the noise from these guys, so I'm going to turn off the analog. No real need to have that. Is there anywhere else where I have that? The analog here adds some noise, which for digital production like this we don't really need. Good to see someone using Melda. I'm a Melda power user. I love it. Yeah, it's more this area than the lower one. That lower one isn't even the problem. I'm actually going to saturate this a lot stronger, I guess. Like that. Here I want to use Stereo Maker. That's usually a good one on this stuff. It maintains some of the stereo width of the reverb. like that, or delay in this case. This does need some reverb on there still. Ooh, I actually like that. Not too intrusive. I never used this preset actually. Or preset, I say preset, this is algorithms. Different algorithms on the reverb. This is where that kind of nasty click lives. We can I want to try a bit of dimension expander as well on this. Which means we can technically probably go down a little bit on the stereo here, because this is going to also introduce extra stereo width. That's why I don't do it with the analyzers on there. See, now I need to scroll back to find the analyzers. The way I can do that better is if I move them around. Please. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Now I can scroll back to the track that I'm working on and still access the analyzers that I want. Yeah, it does need a little bit more. I kind of overestimated the amount of stereo width that this would add. I just want it for the noisy texture that it has. Someone said that Alice is a nice comp but not easy to use. I don't remember who said it, maybe Boom Boom Bessa. I don't recall if he has it. I don't think, because in our collaboration project that we're working on, it's not there. But he froze a lot of stuff for that, obviously. Like the stream, if everyone, if you haven't. Thank you, Malogify, for temporarily reminding everyone. Every once in a while, Malogify will just copy paste one of those messages out there for me. Hello Tulsi. Bleh, sorry. Me with my names and mispronouncing things, I'm sorry. Welcome to the stream either way. This can go up there then, and then this can go down back to where it was. This is always going to be a little bit of an issue. For here I do want to keep more of the lower texture, I guess. This is the best way to kind of shape the filter and have it act like a normal 36 dB per octave filter, because these are like layered, right? 3 times 12 dB per octave filters instead of just one 36 dB per octave filter, as I said before. Kind of the way that it's easier or better on the CPU, I guess. We go dynamic MB here. Actually, I want to try something with the large version. So this is the larger version. And by the way, why does this open up with a different skin? I don't like that. Style. One, I want it to be smaller. I want it to be, yes, the normal neon. And then like this. And then we'll go no smoothness. Like 4 bands, something like that. We'll do the very high frequencies, mid highs, this area. What I can do is temporarily link these actually. Go like this. This is just going to be like a gluing effect. I am going to go with a very strong attack, but I'll set this to 16 notes so that it's actually nicely aligned. Kind of gluing that you do on all of the frequency bands, kind of the same type of compression. What it does is it brings out all of the little details in it a lot more, because you're doing it on individual like frequency bands. So a lot of the lower frequencies are brought out more. You see where sometimes parts are just not compressed. If you were to do it with just one like wideband compressor, this part of the frequency spectrum will impact the compression on the lower frequencies, which is in this case not the case. And the cool thing about doing it this way is now you can go into your normal compressor and it has to do a little bit less work. So I can go into maybe like the classic comp here. Chops, or does it just sound like vocals? These are vocal chops. Glitchy vocal stuff. Let's.
Maybe you should consider thinking before you speak.
Your spread a little bit.
Maybe you should consider thinking before you speak. Maybe you should.
It starts off a little bit to the left. I want to compensate for that so that it starts a little bit left and then ends up at the right. So it kind of moves around, right?
Maybe you should consider thinking before you speak. Maybe you should consider thinking. Maybe you should.
I think this vocal only happens, it happens twice. So what I can do is now panorama this, going from left to right. Hello, Hafsal. Welcome to the stream. I was about to try to pronounce your surname or whatever the second thing is in your name, in your username. But knowing my track records with pronouncing stuff, I don't think that that's a good idea.
Maybe you should consider thinking before you speak.
Now I have a little bit of a cooler panorama thing going on, and then we return back to normal here.
Maybe you should consider thinking before you speak. Maybe you should consider thinking before you speak.
I don't even know what this vocal does in terms of the like musical value of it. It doesn't really fit the track, but I just kept it in.
Maybe you should consider thinking before you speak. Maybe you should consider thinking before you speak.
Hello Noctuned, welcome as well. Yeah, speaking about vocal tricks, in terms of the way that I do my vocal mix, that's something that I actually kind of want to quickly chat on. You guys want to hear about that? One of the things that I tend to do, let's see if this is a good example of that. Yeah, so this is a great example. Right, do you see how there's not much going on when this vocal is playing?
I enable you to tie your digital persona to your actual physical person by integrating technology into your body, and it's not giving you a digital voice.
I have to worry about my vocal mix, right? So that's the main trick that I do in terms of production. When it comes to mixing though, you should have been here really at the start of the stream, because I had a part of my other track that I mixed before where it really was an issue where the vocal just didn't have enough space. And there it's just about finding all of the elements and just removing a lot of stuff from them in terms of like frequency and stuff. Really, I don't have a good example in this project because this project isn't really that heavy on the vocals, right? Maybe here there's some atmosphere that might clash, but I don't think it will. Even here, what you could say, maybe, okay, the flute is clashing a little bit. What I could theoretically do if I wanted to is do a little bit of a volume automation so that the volume kind of attacks in a little bit more. And what that does, I'll show you what that does. Let's do that. What that does is it allows the vocal to come in first, right? So right now they're just starting to play. Hello? I didn't actually touch it, okay. What that would do, if you go like, say like this, it just allows the vocal to come in first. Maybe this is even a little bit too much. As opposed to just this. Bit of an exaggerated effect, but I can take away like 60 dB of it. Really, the best way to make sure that you don't have any problems with vocals in your mix is to tackle it in the production and to make sure that there's like literally nothing that it can clash with. In this case, right here, we have just a pad, and then later it's like 1 or 2 elements and the kick and bass and the vocal. And even those elements, I think I've placed them in such a way that the vocal may sit like right here-ish. No. Yeah, but you can hear this flute is very low frequency when it's here. Now with the effects that are on there, it's a little bit more, but when it was in production, and when the vocal is done, then all of the stuff comes in, this big impact and stuff. I love how the considers thinking before you speak sits so nice rhythmically. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I kept it in, is I couldn't find a vocal that fitted better with the theme of this track. I guess it kind of fits if you really think about it and like stretch it a lot. But it doesn't really fit with the theme. It could mean anything. The name of the track is Future Technologies, and this part talks about actual like futuristic technologies. Maybe what you could say is that it's related somewhat to like AI, because that's also what this phrase is talking about, right? Like uploading your brain into some kind of computer, or like not artificial intelligence, enhanced intelligence through software. One might argue that this vocal is trying to say like, everybody watch out because AI is coming and it's going to mess with things, and you need to think before you speak when it comes to AI. But that's like a stretch in terms of the theme for the vocal. It wasn't put in the track for it to say that. At least I didn't write the track like that. It just kind of happened. Which, I mean, that's a good thing, right? That's what most music is. This has some... Okay, this is something that I'm going to like actually fix. No fades here. I want this to be full power, high frequency stuff. So this is a production thing that I'm actually going to fix here. Do I have it once more? No. And I also need to check the bass. Oh. Okay, so this does need some fades, but that should be okay. I want this to be a lot more high-end, so that the kick has a lot more high-end here. I'm also watching your videos to understand various sounds that could be used. Yeah, I do the sound design part as well. AI will mix and master all of our tracks. I hope not. I like mixing. I want to continue doing it. Exploring different ways to design my sounds into a darker spectrum using various synths, something similar to... In high-tech, something similar to Yahtzee. Ah, nice. It's a good idea to draw in a lot of inspiration from other people. Does this have like a fade in here? Trantuette, well, welcome to the stream. How did I learn all of this stuff? Patience and a lot of experimentation. Really, if you want to learn to make music, you just have to sit down and experiment with things that you want to do. And I've been making music for a decade now, and obviously not all of that time I've spent on psytrance. So really the time that I spent on psytrance was the last, I would say, 3 years-ish, 3.5 years, and that has gotten me here. So with all of the resources that are out there, it should be a lot faster actually. And it also depends on how you want to learn. Like I have a couple of students, they are learning a lot faster than your average musician, because they every week they spend the time with me to actually go over some things and try to improve that thing. It's really, it sounds a little bit like a push for me to get a few more students, which technically it is, because I also like to do that, but it's just, it forces you to think about it and actually experiment and learn if you're working with somebody that knows what they're doing, like me, for example. Not to brag, but that's just the truth. The other thing, yeah, there's enough material out there to just learn music production in a year nowadays. Like, if you really put yourself down and focus on it, the reason why I say, by the way, the students is people who tend to pay for their student lessons are also the ones that are the most serious about music production in general, right? Those are the people that are going to say, I'm paying money for this kind of stuff. I'm going to get the most out of it. This could use a little bit of lux. What I want to quickly do is like isolate just every other one of these. This is again a production decision technically, but I think it's playing a bit too much here. Do I have this anywhere else? I do. This sound on its own sounds terrible, by the way. Kind of funny that you don't have to have every sound sound good on its own. As long as it works in the mix, right? freeform phase is not free. Is it not? I thought it was part of the free effects bundle. Yeah, it's part of the free effects bundle. Just download this. M freeform phase. Just download this bundle. And yeah, there is a paid version. The only thing that this free version doesn't do is it doesn't allow you to re-stretch what's it called? It doesn't allow you to re-stretch the plugin. So I can load up a plugin from Melda and I can just make it bigger if I want to. You cannot do that, and there will be like a small red bar below here. But that's worth it. Hey man, I would like to join you. We should connect. I see that there's plans being made for like some collaboration in my chat. Yeah, some of the free ones are the same with the limitations that you cannot use the windows. The only thing I would say is that by default, the way that M freeform phase opens up, it's really, really small. M freeform phase, right? This is how it opens up, and you have to edit everything in here. But really, the only thing that you have to do to use my track is you right-click, turn off drawing mode, and then it's just yoink, yoink. And you can do that with any size, and then you just set the depth. You don't have to make it bigger for here. Hello, Asset. Welcome. Yeah, it's demo versions that never expire. Where did I put this? Here. I don't want to keep that in there. That wouldn't be good. What mode for bass? Extreme. The most right one. I have a preset for it, so I go here and then I have just my phasing preset. It's literally this. Extreme and then this here. One thing you could do, does this offer oversampling? It doesn't even offer oversampling, so that you don't even have to do that. Yeah, just set it up like this and then you set the depth amount to whatever you want for the processing. What's that DAW name? This is Reaper. Never heard of it? Yeah, this is a mixing DAW. So this is meant for recording and mixing. And the reason why I use it is because it handles a lot of audio files. So I export everything out of Ableton into audio files. And then if I were to re-import it into Ableton, Ableton would just say, no, don't do that. Take your audio files and go somewhere else, please. So that's why I use Reaper. It's good. It's highly complex. You can see there's a lot of stuff that you can do. Each little thing has its own unique pop-up or list of combinations or whatever you want. And it's just $60 for the full version, which is great. A great deal. This, by the way, it does also do production. So if you just need a DAW in general, this is, like, in terms of its MIDI handling and all of that stuff, it's great also. These synths sounds like they're talking. This is because this is a text-to-speech thing. I used Vital and their text-to-speech engine to make this. I copied it over, not copied it, but I got inspired by Dash. Here it is. I was looking for my iced tea. I got inspired by Dash, who did a thing on, what's it called? The text-to-speech engine in Vital. And I used that to turn it into this sequence. I'm thinking of doing the same post-production in Bitwig and mixing in Reaper. The only thing that you need to look out for is that you're able to export selected tracks. So that's an Ableton feature. I don't know if Bitwig has it, assuming, knowing like Bitwig it does. But it allows you to basically, in the Ableton equivalent, obviously not here, but if you select a bunch of tracks and you hit export, that it exports each track individually. So you don't have to sit there and say, okay, solo the first track, export it. Solo the second track, export it. It doesn't all automatically. The thing in Vital I spoke of, it's the text-to-speech engine. Can I open up Vital here? How does one... insert virtual instrument on new track. Vital. I've never used the MIDI functionality of Reaper. You just go text to wavetable and generates the word text for you. Can I play this now? How do I send a MIDI note to it? I don't know. I can go like this, I guess.
Text, 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 text.
Text, 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 text.
That's how I use it. I just typed the word text, so that's why it says text. You can type any word, right? Just depending on what you wanted to say. I have no idea what I made it say for this, actually. Here I'm not doing any kind of like linear modulation. It's just going up and doing weird stuff with the modulation. So it's not actually saying anything. It's just moving through the wavetables that it generates when you're doing text-to-speech. And I have like 3 wavetables all saying a different thing. And then all of them are morphed between, and there's some crazy stuff in the sound design. This was a long patch. It took me like 2 hours to make this patch, but it turned out really, really nice. I don't know what it's supposed to say. Like, as I said, I don't remember what it's supposed, like what I used for the original, but it's all mangled up, so it's not actually trying to say anything. It's not meant to be understandable. It's just there as a robot thing. Need to press this on here.
by integrating technology into your body. Ends up giving you a digital voice. If I enable you to tie your digital persona to your actual physical person by integrating technology into your body, ends up giving you a digital voice. If I enable you to tie your digital persona to your actual physical person by integrating technology into your body, ends up giving you a digital voice.
I want that delay thing to come out more, because I really like the way that it says voice. I believe that the gain, yes. Up by a bit, this goes up a lot.
Body ends up giving you a digital voice. I can speak for you. Machines needed language. I can speak for you. Machines needed language. Needed language. Needed language. Machines needed language. But also, if you can't speak for yourself.
Here, this is not a clear area where we need to like make a little bit of space for one of them. Right, so in this case, I think that this vocal is a bit more important than the vocal chops, because this is the one that holds any information, right? This is actually saying something. So that's why I'm making a bit of space here.
But also, if you can't speak for yourself. But also, if you can't speak for yourself.
Another thing that I wanted to do before I forget, let me find it again.
Needed language.
This does not need to be this aggressive everywhere. That's the gain, that's not what I want. Anyone knows some free samples for flutes or Indiana vocals or some Oriental vocals? Not really. To be honest, there's nothing that really like comes to mind for me. Sometimes I have just kind of like a place where I find something, but it's hard for me to remember those things. Why is it doing that? Find something. I think. Wait. Filters. Ah, this is the issue. I just caught it from the side of my eye. My sidechain compressor that turns off the mic, it has a release time of half a second, which it doesn't need. It just needs to stop when I stop playing the music. So now if I start to speak, it immediately goes up. And now I can start speaking and immediately the volume goes up and I can hear. Otherwise it would duck my volume still for a little bit. So sorry for that. Then now it's a little bit better, a little bit more fixed. I'm free, I can finally speak when the music stops, immediately. You don't want to hear me sing. Go for some very long reverb on this actually. Damp high, I don't want any of that. I want, yeah, nice. Very bright reverb. Sounds unnatural, but you mix it in and then it just extends that crash. And then we go dynamics. It's almost like not even a compressor at this point. This is just going to be like a leveler, which is a compressor with very slow attack and release, right? Input gain, perfect. That's what I want. I want a little bit of a dip here such that vocal comes through a bit more.
If I enable you to tie your digital persona to your actual If I enable you to tie your digital persona to your actual physical person by integrating technology into your body, and it's not giving you a digital voice.
Welcome back, Acid, and also welcome back, Wave Morpher. I do think that we're getting towards the end of the stream. It's been 4.5 hours that I've been working on these two mixes, and I'm feeling like this one is also getting pretty complete. Just like the other one, what I now want to do is I want to probably export it, procrastinate on it for a few days, and then call it quits. I've just been installing SciScope and Meldas. Ah, nice, nice, both great plugins. Well, one is a plugin group, right? Did you get just the free bundle or the full bundle? Because if it's the full bundle, that's another missed opportunity for me for an affiliate link. I'm going to get there. I'm going to at some point send them an email and say like, look, this is what I've done for you up until now. I would love to turn this into some kind of long-term collaboration between us and see where this ends up with. Yeah, the free one. If you enjoyed the free one, hopefully soon there will be an affiliate link that can support me and then maybe get the full version as well. That would be nice. That would be really cool if they did that. I don't even know. Maybe I just need to look up on the website if they have just like an affiliate program that I can just sign up for. And whatever their requirements are. Yeah, it's good stuff though. You get some nice stuff from it. Okay. I think I'm going to end the stream here. As I said, we are done with this mix, so it's a good time to end. It's also been 4.5 hours, and it's getting late for me. So I want to thank you guys all for sticking by and watching me mix this. It was actually a very popular stream looking at the stats now, so I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it. I have another couple of mixes to do, but the next stream I want to focus back on the high-tech production, since you guys also like that a lot. With the next stream, I'll get back into high-tech production. That means that I want to do another stream in the middle of the week. And then this Sunday, as I said, we're first going to go ahead and I'm going to appear on the stream for Owen Palmer. I believe I already put out the graphic for that. So you guys will be able to see that, and you should go ahead and follow him so that you can see the stream when that goes live. And after that stream, we're going to go right back to my channel, and then I'll stream on my channel for the challenge. So you guys can all come and join me for the challenge and participate. Thank you guys all for sticking by me and letting me do this and stream. And I'll see you guys next time, in 2 days or something like that. See you guys.